Evening all. How we all doing? I just realised, just to prepare for the stream, I thought I'll just quickly hit save all on Unreal, and I realised I'd edited a struct, one of our main structs for the Galaxy Gen, so that's now going to have created a whole cascade of errors, which we can fix. That'll be our first task of the day. Nightmare. Hate that bug. What? Someone didn't like the video? Surely not. Oh, we're still here. We still have a roof. Well, mostly. We lost one roof tile in the storm, which wasn't bad considering we had sort of 80, 90 mile an hour gusts, and we only lost one roof tile. So I'll take that as a win. Thank you, Crunchy Lobster. Yeah, the dev shed survived. It was crazy noisy with all the wind, but the roof's still on, so we're good. It's alright, we know where the tile is. It's in pieces on the floor. Right, so what have I been up to? Let's go to Mini-Me. Since the last stream, I've been doing a few more of these panels, adding all the missing bolt holes, and adding a few bits and pieces to the display here. I wasn't quite sure entirely what to do with this. I wanted it to be non-foliage, given that it's engineering. So I figured some sort of engineering, some old-fashioned engineering-y things would be fitting to put on display. So we've got some Icelandic rock there, just to create a bit of visual interest. And yeah, a few little knickknacks there. And similar on this side, we've got a rope and like a ship's pulley. Again, it's got that naval theme and that sort of origins of, you know, where we came from as a species. I thought it was quite a nice juxtaposition to the high-tech environment of engineering. And a bit more Icelandic rock there. I started off with this thinking I'll turn this whole thing into like a rock display with lots of different rocks and things, and maybe sort of, you know, limited foliage. Yeah, I may still add a few more rocks, but I thought it would be nice to have a few little knickknacks just lying around. Yeah, so I did that and added a screen there. This is going to be a bit of a complex one because the curve intersects with where the screen needs to go, so that's going to need some fiddling. And I think what I'll do is I'll have probably a separate object which slots into there. So if I cut a rectangle out, maybe with a couple of inches worth of overlap on the edge, and make this a separate thing with its own little screw holes, so that the screen and its surround, its bevel, can all be taken out. And that will be good for things like engineering gameplay, where you'll be able to undo the screws, pop the panel out, and then connect some kind of device to the plug behind it to open the door. And obviously the same is true on that side. This was a bit fiddly doing this bit. Obviously there's some complex curves there. We've got the straight bit joining the curved bit, so that little interface there was a bit of a nightmare, but there's some dodgy normals there. Did I apply face weighting? Yes, I did. Okay. that's going to require some geometry changing, I think, because that's, can't leave that like that. Although I probably will leave that like that for the demo updates, because as someone pointed out, Delta, thank you, yeah, 2 weeks and ticking, so there's a lot to get done in 2 weeks. Yeah, so the bulkhead doors right now don't have windows in them. In fact, if I drag that out, it's a really ugly X-shaped thing, which I'm not a fan of. But yes, I mean, I had a chat with Claire about the rationale between having windows or not having windows. I think it might be nice to have some form of window, just so you can see what's on the other side of it, because you could have like a horde of invaders just sat there patiently waiting for the door to open. So I think it might be nice to have some form of glass in a limited way. But I'll play with the design and see what we come up with. Thank you, Delta. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think if we go down the shooting route, we'll have to make it so that if you shoot the panel, that essentially destroys the mechanism from this side, so you cannot open the door. Obviously this side would still be intact, so you could open it from this side, but you know, the UI would be destroyed, and the plug behind it that you plug the external power supply into would also be destroyed. So we could do it that way. Yeah, so that's that. I started doing some of the ceiling geometry as well. There's a few bits up here which are the wrong height. So if I just pop the camera up there, you can see that you've got these horribly straight metal bits which are poking through. And that's because the previous ceiling was that much lower. These ones are done. So you can see the bolt holes are in the right place and they've got all the weld lines and things done. So that one's all right, and they should all line up perfectly with the panels, which they do. So when they're all done, they will all look like this. So they'll have the bolt attachment points, and then the cavity above where you'll have the HVAC hardware running through there. Okay, but that aside, I've been working on how best to present or how best to generate the FTL species in the game. So if we took a look at the Galaxy gen, we're going to have to fix a bunch of this in a minute. Where are we? Generate sector. So I've just I've squeezed this in here. So what we do is we get all our streams ready, we work out whereabouts in the galaxy the sector is, we work out what the stellar density should be for that region of the galaxy. We then generate our background political state, and I've changed that slightly in that it's now overly simplified, where it goes from no civilizations at all to a single faction controlling the entire sector. I think these four pretty much encapsulate any scenario we could come up with. I can't think of anything else here that on a high level misses these 4. So these 4 should pretty much give us the stepping board for everything else. And then, where are we? And then what we do is we then, using our background state, we then generate those star systems. So there's a few chicken and egg problems here. We need to know in advance how many systems each potential faction is controlling. We need to know what the relationships are between those factions, and then things like the names and the stats for those factions. So I also want to be able to store this data separately in an SQL database, and that makes each sector moddable. So if we have an SQLite file and all of those star systems and their relationships between one another are all stored in that database, then that's externally editable. So from a modding perspective, players can configure entire sectors of space by just adding things to this database, which could be a good way of expanding the game. So in order to sprinkle those star systems around, ideally all of the data to do so should be configurable in a table. So what we don't want is multiple structs or multiple arrays of data nested in one another, because that makes it really difficult to translate that to what is just a flat table in a database. So we have our civ data here, and some of these I'll need to convert to enums, but essentially we've got a unique identifier for that civilization, and that's going to be the galactic coordinates of the sector plus probably just a number. So depending on how many civilizations there are within that sector, it'll just be like 1 through 10 or whatever, and then those will be added together to create the seed. So the seed system we're using is vector based, and it's vector based with an affix at the end. So it will simply be sector coordinates plus the affix, and then that's our seed for that civilization. That will drive the name from what will probably be a procedural kind of phonetics thing where it just generates a name. Tech level we'll probably roll a dice on, and then again with these things we'll work out what the different options are and then roll a dice to decide those, again driven by the seed, and the same with these as well. So this civ data struct, I've added it to the sector location data, and this is the data which is generated when the Galaxy Gen does its thing. So this is the most raw form of the data for any star system. In fact, at this point we don't even have planets yet, so that's how raw this is. But if we define the civ data at this point, then when we come to generating planets and things, then we already have that knowledge of who lives there beforehand, which is important, I think. Yeah, and that's just that same data that we were just looking at. So the question then is how we go about generating this data and linking them together. So if this particular civilization has, say, 5 star systems under its control, then we need to make sure that those 5 star systems all have this same civ data associated with them, which means we need to generate those 5 star systems at the same time and apply that civ data there and then before moving on to the next faction within that sector. So there's a lot of prerequisites that we need to go through to make sure we get the data where we want it. And we also need to think about the relationships between those factions. And I was going to store that in the same database table, but I think I'll use a different table for that, because we're going to have multiple relationships with multiple different systems for any given faction. So if you have a sector that has, say, 5 individual factions, then you can have some complex sort of interrelationships between those 5 factions. Like faction 3 might be at war with faction 2, but have a trade relationship with faction 5. So all those relationships need to be managed. So we can't just have that relationship data within the data table, because there's going to be multiple options there, and that's really kind of, it's hard to plan that out with a flat table without having just like multiple columns of data for each faction. So if we have a separate table, then we can have the unique ID unique ID for that faction, and then a relationship state, and then the unique ID for the faction they have that relationship with, and then we can even extend that further with making it more granular, so it's not just a at peace, at war. We also have they are 75% in favor or something like that. So there's lots of things we can do with that. Yeah, neighboring sectors is a difficult one, because of the way the game generates the galaxy. It's doing it one sector at a time. So essentially each sector is an isolated cube of data that gets generated. so the civilizations in sector A have no awareness of civilizations in sector B. So those inter-civilization relationships need to take place within that 100 light year cube, which is still a fair old chunk of space. It's not a small area. So for the procedurally generated civilizations, they will be limited to their sector of space. For the handcrafted ones, we will obviously do that manually, so they can have empires that span multiple sectors of space. We're looking to make the public demo update live on Christmas Eve. That's our current line in the sand. So my goal is to get as much done as I can between now and Christmas Eve. Yeah, sort of, Crazy Frank. So if you've got multiple civilizations within a given sector, they can have any relationship between one another. They can be at peace, they can be at war, they could be trade relationships, they could be anything, because all that data is generated at once. So like in the Galaxy Gen here, we jump through all of these hoops to generate the data on a per sector basis. So each sector runs all of this code. So that's why each sector is physically isolated in terms of its data knowledge, because this sector has no knowledge at all of the sector adjacent to it. Hey Binary, and hey Archer. Yeah, we probably will do something like that, Ian. So when it comes to sprinkling those planets, or those star systems rather, the way we'll handle this is we'll pick where the home system is within the sector, and then we'll generate other star systems within a radius of that location. So you won't get, you know, like a scattering of planets here, and then right on the other side of the sector there will just be one lone system that this faction controls. We'll make it so that the systems owned by any given faction are within an area of the sector, and you know, we can definitely apply a radius of influence on those. In fact, a better way of generating the data to begin with is to perhaps generate the home systems first, work out the distance between those home systems, and then work out, you know, what relationships could possibly be for those civilizations, because if they're literally at opposite ends of the sector, they may not have met, depending on their tech level. Yeah, things like nomad factions can definitely be factored in. Again, when it comes to generating those civilizations, the table of possibilities is going to be huge, and it'll be everything from, you know, massive empires or monarchies all the way down to just, you know, like a civilization ship, a colony ship that's just, you know, drifting through that sector. So there's a huge range of things that we could do. But again, this is like version 0.1 of the system, so this is going to be iterated upon significantly over time. So the first step we need to get to is actually generating those systems and applying the civilization data to them. And that's my goal for tonight, to get that done. So as you can see here, we're going to have a whole bunch of errors to deal with. We will go through one by one and sort them all out. Yeah, we can certainly have something along those lines. Of course, with the manually sort of the handcrafted races within the games, the hero races as such, they can be galaxy wide. We could have them everywhere, and the Scrag, which is kind of the big bad of the story, at least in the first story, they are going to be all over the place, lurking in the dark places of the galaxy. So there will definitely be civilizations that you encounter, you know, across the galactic space, you know, far between sectors. The way I'm looking at it is, if you compare it to, you know, sort of classic sci-fi, you have the hero races that are there in pretty much every episode of whatever the TV series is, and then you have like the alien of the week, who only ever appear in one episode, and then they're never referenced again from that point on. And we're treating it that the procedurally generated aliens are like the alien of the week. So, you know, the chances are you'll go to their sector, you'll find their home system, you'll interact with them, you'll, you know, maybe do a bit of story with them. They might have a couple of things they want you to do to win their favor, and then you might never ever go back there again. So they're like, you know, they're the aliens of the week. And yet when it comes to something like the Scrag, who are quite widespread throughout the galaxy, you'll encounter them quite often. So you've got that difference between the handcrafted races and the procedurally generated ones. And the handcrafted ones are going to be a lot more story rich, because we'll have, you know, manual control over you know, where their assets are, where their homeworld is, and the extent of their empire and that sort of thing. Yes, Delta, they will remember you. So, as part of the save file, we will start building up relationships between yourself and those aliens that you encounter, and we'll do that at a race level. So one of the things we want to do in the future is have groups of players, although they're playing in separate multiplayer games, if they have a shared database online that they all log into, then if player group A meets an alien species and wins their favour, then player group B, as long as they're connected to the same SQL database, that alien race will treat them accordingly. So they've already met you as a species, so those two ships can both have the same relationship. No, Paul, they can't, because again, each sector of space is generated in isolation, and one of the reasons we can even do this at a galactic scale is because we're generating each sector individually. If we were generating the whole galaxy and all the relationships between all the different races across the whole galaxy, then that's just a mind-boggling amount of data to manage, which just wouldn't be feasible. So by doing everything per sector, that means that we can really sort of focus on the world building within those sectors. With the caveat being, of course, that handcrafted civilizations can be galaxy-wide because we're doing it manually. Yeah, the problem with using AI is that you can't give it a seed. I know with something like Midjourney you can, so if you throw a seed at Midjourney you'll get the same image every time. But with something like ChatGPT or Claude or something like that, you can't give it a seed and say, describe an alien species for me using this seed. You'll get a different response every single time, and that's not what we want for the game. We want any player to be able to go to a system, find something cool, and then tell their friend about it or share it online, and then another player could go to that same system and meet those same aliens and have that same experience, which you just don't get with AI. Plus, if you went back there later, then it would be different because AI does it differently every time. That'll be part of the single player campaign, AJ. Yeah, I mean, we can certainly leverage AI to help generate data. And all the possible combinations of that data. So things like different types of political structure. I mean, there are numerous different political structures that have both been tried in reality and are purely theoretical. We just need a long list of all those different political structures and a brief description on how they operate or how they're supposed to operate. Some AI can help build that sort of data. Or like all the different possible types of religion that there could be. Again, we can leverage AI to help generate that data pool, but ultimately the game itself needs to be the thing which is picking from those pools of data based on its seeds, because it's the seed-driven approach that's important for consistency and repeatability. So I want to build it in such a way that it is infinitely expandable. So again, we're starting with really simple, high-level scenarios, I suppose you could call them. So the base state is a scenario for that sector. So that 100 cubic light years is either going to have no civilization at all, which means it means no civilizations have ever lived there, or at least no FTL capable civilizations have ever lived there, because there is a difference between these ones that we're making that are FTL capable and the Drake equation races, which are non-spacefaring species. So the Drake equation stuff will stop at spacefaring, because and this is another one of those chicken and egg problems with this, in you know, dealing with the order of data generation and how much data we can generate at once. If a species is spacefaring, then obviously their ships and presence in space needs to be there at a distance. So if one of their ships is traveling between star systems, then you need to be able to see that ship on the sensors traveling between star systems. But we don't generate any of the data for those star systems until you actually enter that 1 cubic light year that contains them. Again, because that's the only way we can manage that scale of data. So that means that we wouldn't know that that species was there and had ships until you go into their star system. So to get around that problem, we're drawing a hard line between spacefaring and non-spacefaring, and letting things like the ocean chemicals, the atmosphere chemicals, the planetary conditions, we're using all that really sciencey Drake equation stuff to drive life growing on planets across the whole galaxy. But none of those will be spacefaring. That's where we'll stop it artificially. When we go into spacefaring, we will simply arbitrarily scatter those procedurally, because that's the only way the game's going to know they exist. So when you arrive at a sector, it already knows where all the FTL capable species live, and can therefore generate their ships and create traffic within that sector. Right, so here's the starting point. So obviously if there's no civilizations, we do nothing. We don't generate any data. What we're going to want to do is all this stuff. In fact, if I grab a copy of that a minute. So again, we've got our civ data now, which is the new thing to hold all the civilization data for that system. So the bit that needs to go here in the middle is for independent worlds. It's slightly easier in that we simply need to decide how many of them there are. So if we get our sector seed, just that one, and then we just do like a random integer in range. So let's say from 1 to 10, we can we can tweak this based on what the densities look like, because we want the sectors to have enough habitable worlds in them, or enough habited worlds within them, to be interesting without so many that it becomes ridiculous. So let's just say, for argument's sake, we start off with between 1 and 10 FTL capable homeworlds within a given sector, and because we've already chosen that they're all independent, that means that none of them have a relationship with one another. They're all completely independent worlds, i.e. they're not part of a faction or any kind of alliance. And then what we would do is we would do a for loop. And then we need to do a random. So I think rather than choosing the midpoint of the sector, we need to choose a point within the sector. And then that's our homeworld location. Yeah, as Claire just pointed out, the all of the atmospheric data, so the atmospheric chemicals, atmospheric pressure, ocean chemicals, all that stuff, and we're going to push that back to the next update because there's no way I'm going to get that done in 2 weeks. So we'll focus on just the FTL civilizations for now. That's true, Ian. Actually, no, we will keep this. So basically what we're doing here is we are working out where the middle of the sector is, and then we're offsetting our coordinates in every direction with a limit of 49 light years. And then that's where we're placing our random point in space. And I think it might be worth doing a random byte. Actually, if we do random, we'll stick with the sector stream for this. Okay. Do we have star system type? Nope. No, we don't want that one actually. We want star type. Can't remember what I called it now. There we go. So obviously O and B is out. And if we do. Let's do F, G, and K for now. So that's 0, 1, 2. So that's 3, 4, and 5. So that's 3 to 5. should randomly select one of those enums. And then we're going to need, we're going to need a copy of this stuff for each class of star. This is going to be a little bit fiddly. So we're going to need multiple versions of this. Although, that said, we set these separately. So we've got luminosity, radius. Makes that more generic then, so I can just set these values on a per star type basis. So that's that one, that's that one, and then each of them can slot into place. All civilization home planets will default to life supporting. So yes, and that's going to be one of the challenges. So when we pass this data over to the actual star system generator itself, right now it will start with the closest planet to the star and then work its way outward, and increasing the gaps between the planets as it goes. Now, obviously, we can't do that with these particular systems because we need their planets, or at least we need the homeworld to always be in the habitable zone, at least for standard life as we know it. So what we'll probably do is start with that planet. So we'll work out where the habitable zone is, put a planet somewhere within that habitable zone, and then work backwards towards the star for anything that needs to be filled in, and then outwards as per normal, just to make things complicated. But that should ensure then that we've always got planets in the habitable zone for these specific systems. And yes, sorry, to answer your question, no, they won't always be carbon based. So one of the drop downs we have here in our civ data is physiology. I might find a better way of describing these, but the physiology is going to be like humanoid, feline, insectoid, canine, or whatever we can possibly think of. Basically, lots of different types of physiology that these aliens could have. The type of life that they are, as in their elemental makeup, is definitely something we'll add to that. So again, this system needs to cater for the backer races as well. So we'll definitely work with the backer community to make sure that every backer race, whatever those backer races are catered for within the data structure. So if there is a silicon-based life form that one of the backers is making, then we need to make sure that the data structure is there to support that. If that makes sense. Right, with your G, so that one would be F. I'll condense all this afterwards so it's not all over the place. They'll need setting as well, actually. Has it lost it? Right, so hastily thrown together there. We've got one of three types of star with the stellar data that's being procedurally generated, and then just populating as a sector location. Then what we want to do for each one is make the actual civ data itself. And again, because these are going to be independent worlds, we don't need to worry about relationships between them at this point. So we can collapse that down. worlds. Yes, Crazy Frank. So I definitely want there to be some races out there who are ridiculously powerful, stupidly xenophobic, and generally just highly unpleasant to be around. And you know, you'll learn to avoid their bit of space. I'm definitely taking inspiration from the Babylon 5 universe more than the likes of Star Trek, in that in Babylon 5 there's quite a wide gap of ages between the different races that exist in that universe. So you've got everything from the young races to the ancient races that have been there for millions of years. So we want, you know, that level of disparity between the races that exist within the game. So, and again, because it's all procedural dice rolls, you're going to get the perfect storm of ancient, highly xenophobic, highly aggressive, militaristic, you know, a real asshole of a species, and you're just going to want to avoid them. So if you encounter that species, then you know it's pretty much a death sentence. So turn tail and run. So the cool thing about that, and this is what I love about community map making, is that having found that species and experienced what they're like, you can then share that online, and then other people then know that there's here be dragons, don't go there. If you go to Zahadum, you will die. So we definitely want to invoke that kind of feeling within the galaxy. There will be places where you just don't go. So for the name here, this is where we're going to have to build a system for generating names, and that's going to, there's lots of algorithms that can do that, so we'll just use one, and that's a case of just joining letter groups together to create random words, random human readable words that have syllables in the right place. Vowels even. Tech level is just a easy dice roll. So I guess with that we need to determine at what tech level is FTL a thing. And it just so happens that I actually did do a spreadsheet for that. Which I can't find. There it is. Right, I apologise in advance for blinding everyone. So this is something I put together to basically using Earth as the example, working out how quickly a civilization can develop. So you can see that it took us 4.5 billion years to get to space. So tech level 20 is what we've got here for FTL for humans. So I think we'll definitely use that as our starting point. As you can see, going all the way up to 100, there's a hell of a lot of gaps there. So what we'll probably, we probably won't go all the way to 100, to be fair. We need to work out which type of FTL travel to use like this at different tech levels, and then we need some intermediary technological advancements to put on these tech levels as well. I've tried to keep it as logical as possible with actual civilization progression with the tech levels. Yeah, definitely something like that, Ian. And we want the language to sound similar for a given species. So the name of the species and the name of their system, the name of their planets, and then, even the name of figures within their society, they need to kind of all have a similar sound to them. And then we'll have a different sounding language for the next species you encounter. So we'll need lots of different versions of that algorithm to generate lots of different sounding words. Yeah, you make a fair point there, Archer. We try to be upfront with what we can and cannot do, and what it is we're trying to do. Well, that's the point of these streams, really. You can see exactly what we're doing. Yeah, so when it comes to multiple species and multiple cultures on a single world, yes, at some point it'll be good to get to that point. It makes it a lot more complicated to generate, because at this point you're not just generating an alien species and then giving them some star systems. You're having to think about at a micro level, what continents are there, what countries are there on those continents, and what is the relationship between those individual countries at a planetary level. That's a whole other level of data generation, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point, but certainly not to begin with. To begin with, we'll do it per species on each world. So like Earth, for example, or the Sol system is just humans, just to keep it simple. Are you going to give a boost or penalty for tech level based on distance from the centre of the galaxy and thus age? Age is very much a factor. So as you can see here, the age of the planet very much plays into the tech level of that planet. But obviously we went like a long time before we even approached anything resembling civilization. And then once civilization was established, everything happened immediately, overnight, in geological scales. So that makes it very, very difficult to tie it exactly to planet age, because a civilization can live its entire existence in just a million years, beginning to end. or even a few tens of thousands of years. So it's a difficult one. But generally speaking, the younger species are going to be in the galactic arms, because it's the galactic arms where star formation mostly occurs. So that's where the star forming regions are. So that's where the younger races are going to be. Much more ancient, older races are more likely going to be between the galactic arms, because those stars have been around a lot longer. They've drifted between the arms, and even at a greater time scale than that, beyond the galactic disk, those stars are even older, especially when it comes to things like globular clusters. So I think it's not so much distance to the core, it's more distance from the star forming regions. Right, so we'll go with tech level 20 then for our starting point. Let's go for 50 for now. Where does that take us? Yeah, 50 is kind of the limit of technology as I was envisioning it within the game. So in terms of getting around the galaxy, so tech level 20 is basically warp. It's the slowest way of getting around. Wormholes allow you to get places more quickly, but you have to go there first and set those up. Hyperspace is just a whole nother level of technology for using condensed space to get from A to B, and then interdimensional travel is just disappearing in one place and appearing somewhere else. So ever more increasing complexity of getting from A to B. Beyond tech level 50, it just gets silly. But we might stretch out some of these timescales, because obviously, the Milky Way itself is it 8 billion years old? Oops, 13, way older. So obviously it takes time for civilizations to establish, and then half that time again, to maybe die out. And in fact, that's what this percentage here is. So the longer a species has been around, the chance of them dying off increases. So where are we at 50? So 50 is a 25% chance of dying off. And that goes all the way up to silly numbers. So you should find very few civilizations that are massively advanced, because the chances of their species having died off at some point just gets ever more likely. Right, so physiology, political structure, and religion need to be enums. Do we have those enums yet? Is the question. No, well, those things, right, so let's make those then. We're looking for a blueprint enum. civ phys g. So I guess we need things like mammalian, insectoid, yeah, this is going to take a whole bunch of research. Let's go humanoid, insectoid, feline, canine, blob, just to test. Right, then we need to change our struct, civ physiology, and then we need political structure as well. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Aquatic. Yeah, and hive mind. So what have we got? We've got obviously democracy, theocracy, dictatorship, an AI one as well, which I've forgotten the name of. Yeah, there will be AI races. I'm changing the convention on those, on Inoni. I tend to use 3-letter prefixes, and for some reason I wrote enum rather than enm on a lot of them originally. Right, let's just stick with those a minute. Again, this is just a test for now. So religions you've got, so monotheistic, and then like pantheon, just like spiritual, space hippies. Oh, that was it, Aaron. Algocracy. That was the one. So an algocracy is a civilization ruled by algorithms. Oh yeah, of course. I forgot the thing that I am. Well, the beauty of doing it this way is this list could be infinitely long, and the more options we have on the list, then the more diverse the different alien species are going to be in the game. Oops. So 5 on that one, so that should be 0 to 4. And the political one was 3, so that's 0 to 2. So the temperament and xenophobia are just a percentage. So that's nice and straightforward to generate. So that's literally just going to be on the temperament scale. So 1 would be complete pacifist, and 100 would be like highly aggressive. Could perhaps rename that to aggression to make that more obvious. Obviously, 1 would be welcoming of all, and 100 would be extremely xenophobic. And again, these don't need to be the only stats. We can add more to this list. This is about defining the just the basic bare bones structure of how we're going to define these alien species. This civ data will probably get huge, because once we have physical embodiment of these races as well, their physiology and appearance is going to get ever more complex, because we'll have a visual style for their technology, for their architecture, all that sort of thing. Yep, that's the beauty of sci-fi, is that there are so many potentials. Ah, hello, random crash. Let's see how much of that we have to do again. I always skip restore there, by the way, because it never works. That'll be because we edited some structs. It doesn't like editing structs. So there, they are there. And don't want that, don't want that. Fix that in a minute. Oh. Fun. That is the one we were working on. Sigh. Although I will just check a minute. Hang on. If I can find the right folder. So in saved, we do actually have autosaves in here of certain files. So that one. So that was 20 minutes ago, so that's probably not going to help us. Yeah, I won't bother restoring that. Yeah, I was having a conversation with Claire about that last night, Oni, and obviously we are trying to be as scientifically accurate as possible, and I showed off some space-based creatures on the last stream with sort of some fractal-based, I don't know, crystalline or like space coral, something which is alive. It's a life form, but not necessarily sentient. Like almost like plant life that could exist in the vacuum of space. And obviously we have no reference for that in the real world. We have no science around whether or not something can survive in the vacuum of space. But in terms of the game and keeping everything scientifically realistic, we want to make sure that even if it's something we have absolutely no reference to and no existing science to explain, we want it to, at least within the game world, have some form of science associated with it. So any life form we add to the game needs to have a described metabolism, energy source, solvent for the chemical processes in the body. So those life forms need to be fully rounded in terms of the explanation as to how they function as a life form, so that any science conducted on that life form is fully fleshed out. if that makes sense. So although you cannot call them scientifically accurate because we've never experienced a life form like that before, and therefore they are purely science fiction, at least they are science plausible, if that makes sense. Yeah, no Q. Hey, Jim. Yes, Frank. So again, on the single player campaign, all of that will be handcrafted. So the political ebb and flow of those civilizations will all be predetermined as part of the story. When it comes to the procedural races, so those aliens of the week races, those ones, yes, you will encounter scenarios where one species will be at war with another, and you can choose which of those two species to help. So if you come in on the side of one species, then obviously they are friendly to you and the other ones become hostile, and if you succeed in helping them, then there could be some unfortunate fate for that species that you're fighting against. So you could be responsible for the destruction of an entire species, and then the galaxy will save that way for you in your save game. So you then befriend the winning side, and you have had an effect on the galaxy. Obviously that's only really pertinent to those two species in that particular sector, but it's still an effect on the galaxy nonetheless. Hey David, thank you. Yes, definitely. We do want some form of engineering tool to get things like that done. So the general idea, so the default with the bulkheads is that if the bulkhead or indeed any door on the ship becomes unpowered, then there will be a tool that you can plug in behind the control panel, like a battery source basically, which will fire the door up and open it automatically. So that's an ability that the engineers will have. Obviously there'll be a tool that will be needed to remove the panel, and it's not going to be a quick action. If that panel has been physically destroyed, so there is no ability to plug something into it, then yeah, either we'll have some form of tool to open the door, or you'll have to repair the panel first. So you'll have to go and source a replacement panel, fix the one that's there, and then you can open the door. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the pressure, Don. Definitely. Yes, IB Geek, which is the current behavior for all doors. Well, actually, no, that's the opposite of the current behavior for all doors on the ship. So right now, if you remove power from a deck, all the doors will open, and that's only because we don't have a tool to open them yet. The default behavior will be they just stick in whatever position they're in. Bulkheads we can have behave differently. So if it's an emergency bulkhead and power is lost to that deck, then yes, it would be a good idea for them to automatically close, just as a security measure and or a safety measure, with all the other doors on the ship just staying in whatever state they're in. Yeah, just to expand on what you were saying there, Crazy Frank, one of the things I'm quite keen on for the game is some kind of an alignment system. If you have ever seen the one in Dungeons and Dragons, you've got things like lawful good, chaotic neutral, chaotic evil. You've got lots of different alignments based on how your character is. Something similar to that would be good for the game. So as you are going about the galaxy and as you are performing actions, your ship as a whole has a reputation associated with it. So if you are performing lots and lots of hostile actions, as you start to meet new species, they will have heard of you. So it could be the case that as you progress into the next sector, although you've never been there before, your reputation precedes you. So they will have heard on the grapevine that there's this hostile ship doing all these bad things in the area. Or conversely, if you are consistently good and helping people, then again that reputation would precede you, and species will be more inclined to open contact with you based on that reputation. I think that's a good way of dealing with the morals of how you decide to conduct yourself within the galaxy. Right, what are we doing? Let's get rid of some tabs. It depends what it is, Ishtar, but if Blueprints can't do it, then it'll have to get made in C++. Although, to be fair, a lot of these systems will get ported to C++ once they're finished. Generally speaking, it's all about speed. If speed of execution is required, then C++ will be the way we handle it. Right, so we position our star, we decide roughly what type it's going to be, generate the data for that, populate that. Right, so we need to change these. I'm just going to call them all Inhabited Star System for now, because that will make them easy to see on the sensors for testing purposes. That will have to be connected to the same algorithm that generates the name of the system, the name of the race, rather. Save that before it crashes again. Hopefully I'll have a build out tonight, CSI. I've been trying to get one done all week, but it's been such a hectic week this week. So I haven't had a chance to, but yeah, so definitely do want to get a build out tonight. I think I will rename that to aggression. Maybe. To be honest, temperament is a good word because it's kind of neutral. I could do with a neutral word for xenophobia. So obviously xenophobia is the result of being 100 on the scale. We need a neutral word which could be either completely xenophobic or completely welcoming of strangers. There must be some kind of neutral word that covers both of those. And I can't quite think of one off the top of my head. Inclusiveness is close. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Oninoni. Yeah, having it neutral does kind of keep it vague as to what the opposite ends of the spectrum are. Isozenia, that's a good word. Yep, xenosociology, another good one. Although I fear most people will look at it and go, what? Right, I need another version of this macro actually, because this one skips. So if it tries to place a star system where there already is one, it just abandons the attempt and moves on. We want it to try again, because in these particular ones we don't want it to skip any. So if we generate location chords, suppose I could put a bool in there for that. Easier just to make another macro rather than make this one stupidly complicated. We won't bother with that. Instead, I'll make that a Boolean. So if there aren't any matches, we just go ahead and generate our coordinates. If there is a match, then we need to go back and try again. So the reason I don't want to do this on the main Galaxy Gen is because these repeated attempts all cost on the CPU and it slows down the process. So if there's a conflict, we just ignore it and move on to the next star to keep it rapid. I'm actually going to double that to 20 potentially inhabited systems, because obviously most of the time it's going to mid-range that, so 10 is going to be the average. So 10 10 inhabited systems in what would be several thousand is still a very small number. So that should be enough to at least get those systems generating. And I think for now we'll just hook those up there just so we're generating them. Now to fix all this stuff. Probably going to have to make this into a variable. Yes. That simplifies that a little bit. So we do a random chance there based on those ones, and yeah, a flat 50 on the bulge edge. Okay. I learned something recently, just randomly, which kind of changed my world in a little way. When you're making any kind of macro or anything with an output pin, generally speaking, whatever you type there is what it will call the pin. But if you type then in lowercase, it does nothing. Nice clean outputs. And then similarly, on the input pin, if you rename that just to execute in lowercase, again, you get a nice clean input with no writing. It's a little thing, but it pleased me. It's like one of those undocumented features. Oh, of course, I'm going to need different ones, aren't I? Actually, I'm not. Let's just do that instead. And then we don't even need an output. Okay, so generate that one, do this, generate all that, so that gets them into the world. So basically from this point, when I go and make the change, right now, whether or not an Earth-like world has city lights on the surface is literally a 50-50 dice roll. I will now tie that into this. So if you see city lights, it's because this generation has actually happened and it actually does have life properly. Right, so now we find out what's broken. And we can do that by pressing play. All of that stuff. Right. Let's just close all of this a minute. And go. So I need to save the other struct before I can do these ones. Are they all complaining about the save thing? Yeah. That's a save file, that's a save file. Okay, that struct needs saving as well. And this is why you should never, ever, ever save a struct. Just, well, save the struct, don't save anything else, quit the engine. It's the only way to avoid this little nightmare. Yeah, struct error, struct error. Okay. I might have to do this in stages. So where are we? Bridge systems. What's that? It's giving me a very long error all the way over there on my other screen. Okay. This is probably going to take a few restarts. Okay, so what's this one moaning about? Right, so that's the sensors data one. That's the single player save one. So let's do that one first then. Right, so that one wants the sensor's data. And then this one has a much longer error. Right, let's try this another way. No, don't open Git, we don't want that. We make that just a Boolean for now. So what's this on? So this is single player save. Okay. Actually, before I do that, let's. Do we have any actual errors on here? That error up there. Right, so that one's the sensor's data. As is that one, as is that one. That one's saving because I took out the reference to the struct. I'm still using that one. Okay, that one's fine. So what is wrong with this one? That's a good idea, Claire. I mean, I do have some tea, but it's gone very cold. Hint, hint. Right, so this struct has definitely become corrupt, I think. Let me... Right, let's not save those ones. Yeah, so it's dropped. It's lost a kilobyte of data somewhere. Right, then, so content, blueprint systems, bridge, sensors. Right, let's see whether that fixes it. Sort of an ASCII. So to unlock the data, yes, you'll need to conduct a short-range scan. But once you have knowledge of who lives there, then that data will start to appear in the summaries. So even on a long-range scan, you'll see the summary information from having conducted a short-range scan already. Right, that's better. Okay, so now that I've saved that, we'll quit the engine again. And go on the load and reload merry-go-round. Looks like that fixed it. Aha, there we go. So there's our first inhabited system. Now, right now, it's not going to look any different to any other system because we haven't specifically gone through and set it up as such. But it's definitely inserting them into the data, which is the first step in the process. So now that we have this here, I think what we'll do is maybe start populating the long-range summary. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll take it from there. We're about to do our first test, Erix, where we see some generated civilization data for a star system. So, quite a big moment, really. Assuming it works, of course. Yeah, there we go. So those dice rolls didn't work, but oh, these are the default values. Let's move that onto this summary here. It's probably a better place to put it. That's the one we want. Just making sure that's coming up in the right place. No, of course not. Which means it wasn't. What did I do? Yeah, so it must not be using this one then. it's using the other reference to it. So grab that. Pop that in there. I'm actually going to break that one up and stick a note in here. So make a note of which blueprint's calling it so I don't get confused. So, okay, so they're all reading default values, as is that one, which shouldn't be default. It should definitely be reading actual values. So let's see if we can figure out why. So, yep, that's all good. But I know why. When it does the filter, look, it's not carrying across that data. That would be why. Don't think it does that anywhere else. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so we have the beginnings of a system. So they pretty much topped out at the tech level. An insectoid dictatorship. Luckily they're not too aggressive, but they won't be very happy of your presence. So this is good. So this is basically the foundation of what's going to shape the relationship between the player and the other races in the game. So as you come across these star systems, obviously you're not going to know in advance what to expect, because they're going to be hugely varied, and obviously the more options we put into the data pool, the more varied they're going to be. Fortunately, I think in this case, with a very low aggression and a very high xenophobia, they'll probably refuse your hails and not speak to you. And obviously these ones are all blank. Very cool. So I think what we'll do is we'll make it so it doesn't show up any data if there isn't a civilization there, just to keep it clean. Where I was doing it then. Right, so if we do another format text, and then we grab all of that and we pop that in there. That is basically blank. So if blank is true, then we're going to return true. If it's false, we're going to return that, and then that goes on here. Right, so if there's no name, it's just going to provide a blank value. Just give it a quick test. Perfect. And it's generating the same consistent details, so that's good. Can we find another one? Not easily is the answer. Ah, there's one. K class. Okay, so even more xenophobic. Another an insectoid democracy this time, and again really high tech. So one of the things we need to start doing with this is we will drive the system age from the tech level. So whatever that happens to be, we'll revert that backwards. So tech level 20 will be around about 4.5 billion years, similar to Earth. And then 50 is going to have to be significantly more than that. Same for everyone, Airikes. So you're right, because it's seed-based, this inhabited system is now going to be the same for all players. Again, because we want that sort of here be dragons thing, where if there's a particularly scary race, they'll become a bit of a thing in the community. Everyone will know that you don't go to this star system because there's someone there that's going to attack you really badly. So we won't add a filter for inhabited systems, maybe for testing purposes, but we don't want them to be on the UI like this. We want those inhabited systems to be an unknown thing until you've actually explored them. When you go to a new star system, you're not going to know if it's inhabited or not. Although we'll have, if they're a highly advanced species like this, maybe on the long-range scan, we'll have like a tech signatures thing. So we'll have some way of seeing in advance whether at least there's something that's been detected there. Although I think definitely after a survey. So yeah, you need to take that step, initiate a survey, and then you can see whether there's any tech signatures. Maybe on a per planet basis. Yeah, you're right, first. It does seem to favour the insectoids. Yeah, that's the problem, James. If I go back to our spreadsheet, so again, it's from if we look at human evolution, where were we? So from basic tool usage, that was 3.5 million years ago, which in geological terms is nothing. That's especially on galactic terms as well. If you think about our galaxy being 13 billion years old, then what on Earth could have developed in that time. And we went from I guess writing, what was that, about 3,500 years ago. So from writing to landing on the moon was 3 and a bit thousand years. So if you extrapolate that forwards, then these species, and even the human species, in another few hundred years is going to be unrecognizable to what it is today. So we have a huge discrepancy in, or not so much a discrepancy, we've got a massive gap of billions of years of planets being around to how long a civilization has existed on that planet, and therefore how advanced are they going to be. because I suppose this is one of the fascinating things with with civilizations and the Drake equation and that window of opportunity, because the human race has only been technological for a very short period of time. When did we start? Okay, so so the first electric motor was 1,800 years ago, and if that's how long we've been visible in the galaxy in terms of radio waves or whatever else we're doing, then that's a massively minute window in terms of the 13 billion years that this galaxy's been here. So hundreds and hundreds of civilizations could have lived out their entire existences really in a blink of an eye in galactic terms. So the chances of the human race having the same developmental point in their history as another race is like it's crazy small odds. So in reality, the chances of there being another species out there the same level of development as us is so small. It's crazy. They're either going to be thousands of years behind or thousands of years ahead, simply because of the law of chance. So in that sense, the game has to game it somewhat. We kind of have to force all of the civilizations in the galaxy to kind of all exist in the same rough time frame. Otherwise, it's crazy. Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of the, I guess, technological development kind of increases exponentially. So I know you've got like Moore's law and everything. But when it comes to eventually quantum computing, that's Moore's law out the window. And now with the age of AI and the AI singularity reaching the point where technology is increasing faster than we can keep up with it, then again, these timescales are meaningless at that point. Yeah, the invention of snacks. That's how we got most things done. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, there's definitely going to be points in our technological evolution where it plateaus. Obviously, we're limited by the natural laws of the universe, so there will come a point where there's only so far we can go with something. Like, the physical limitation of how small a transistor can actually be. I mean, atoms are only so big, so there's going to be a limit as to how small you can make a transistor. So things like that are going to slow us down. Thank you, CSI, and have a good night. But yeah, so this tech tree, I guess you could call it, definitely needs more work, and we definitely need to flesh this out. We really need to write a sort of a clear and linear progression in technological advancements from essentially now all the way up to tech level 100. Although I hate the Kardashev scale. I think it's way too broad and high level. It doesn't really practically describe how a civilization progresses at a day-to-day level. Yeah, atom engineering. so what's next? Keep that one handy. Right, so I'll look at some algorithms offline for generating names. That should be a reasonably quick fix. We just need some tables, really. Same with that. I think I'll also add a percentage chance in terms of how likely it is civilizations form around certain types of star. Obviously, some types of star are a lot more conducive to life than others. Like an M-class star is not conducive to life at all. So I'll add M-class stars on here, but they need to be super rare in terms of supporting life. And the same with O and B-class stars. I mean, obviously they're crazy, huge, bright stars. So, again, not particularly conducive to supporting life. It's these nice mid-range ones where you're going to find most civilizations. Okay, so let's have a look at how we're doing this on a system level. Or while we're here, we do actually have factions to do as well. So let's have a think about them. Yeah, Dyson spheres, or more likely a Dyson swarm of some kind. They're not unreasonable from an engineering perspective. Cool Worlds did a really good video on this recently. But if you were to have, say, a swarm of colonies in orbit around the star, with each colony having its own solar array, then you're extracting a lot of the sun's energy on a per colony basis. You have lots of just space-based colonies, or manufacturing facilities and just infrastructure. So that swarm can absorb a lot of the sun's energy, and that's doable even with our technology now to a point. So I don't think that's too far off in the future. But where the Kardashev scale fails, in my opinion, is that it goes from harvesting the energy of a star to harvesting the energy of an entire galaxy. Like, that's a hell of a leap. So it's just not granular enough to be practically useful. Yeah, definitely, Anasi. One of the things we'll do with the faction side of things is obviously they'll have their homeworld, and with the whole independent worlds thing, we're just generating homeworlds. With the factions, then we can broaden the scope a little bit and have it so that they can have a station within a star system and nothing else. and then we need to build that into the system so that we're spawning that and not spawning a habited planet. And of course, this assumes right now that these are active, alive, running factions. We still have yet to add the code for whether or not they are a dead species with you could have an empire that's long faded where all you've got is just ruins across multiple star systems. So that needs to factor into this as well. So actually, let's do the single faction one a sec. So first of all, go away, armory crate. No, go away. Yeah, first of all, we want to generate the homeworld in the middle. So that gives us our base vector. And then what we want to do is we then need to generate however many other planets there are for that species. So we need another copy of this. And that, guess we're going to have to save a copy of this, otherwise it's going to change every time it runs through. That's homeworld location. Okay, so we're basically choosing where the homeworld is, and then we are randomly generating a series of stars around that homeworld, which means we need to bring the spread much lower. So let's say 20 light years, for example. We'll randomize this as well. In fact, what we'll do is we'll tie the spread into the number here. So yeah, so the more systems that this race has, the larger the spread will be. Yeah, that makes more sense doing it that way. And similarly, we will limit how far away from the center that system can be, that the homeworld can be, so that we don't have star systems generating beyond the edge of the sector. So that can be 30 actually, because it's 30 plus your 20, that gives you your 50 radius. Okay. Although what I'm not doing is so I need to place that here, so that it's actually added to the data, before we go ahead and generate the other ones around it. So we need a duplicate of this, which means I think we're getting into macro territory there. All right, binary, have a good one. And we've just hit the 3-hour mark actually, so I'll be heading off myself shortly. So I'm just thinking with this. We'll make the home world a proper star system with, you know, a planet in the habitable zone and, you know, something, you know, really decent for a home world. But then when we do the other planets within that empire, some of them need to not be planets, they need to only be outposts. So we kind of need a random dice roll on that to determine whether we're building an outpost or another like properly inhabited system. Yeah, definitely. I think we'll handle those differently. So the basic generation of the star, that can stay as is. So I think ideally that needs to collapse to a macro. To be honest, with these values being tweakable, we could do with this being an all-rounder macro across the board. Because I don't want to have to, if I decide to change any of these ranges, I don't have to come back and do it for all of them, and then go, you know, searching out where I need to go and change it. It's better to have it all done in one place via a single macro, and then we're not getting ourselves confused with anything. Yeah, okay, so collapse to macro. In a weird order. Why did it do that? Generate stellar data. make that a more condensed macro, but I think that will do. Though that one can obviously go like that. Cool. So the other thing we need to do with this being a faction is only do this once, not every time it generates. So we need to promote this as well. In fact, we'll do that first. Generate civ data. Okay, that means we're basically using the same data for every planet or every star system in this civilization's sphere of influence. In fact, let's make this even tidier. There's the civ data, and then we need replace that a sec. Right, so that generates our homeworld. So we're making a single star system. Generating a star class, adding that to the sector data. So that can stand on its own in isolation. Okay, so there's your civ data, there's your home world, and then all the rest of it. So again, we're doing a radius around the location of the home world. Generating that data. So I'm going to call this one faction homeworld. Again, just for testing purposes, so we know that we're dealing with a homeworld. And then if we do this one, or just faction system. Yeah, faction system. Keep that as homeworld. Again, that needs to be done procedurally. So this process would be the same for multiple factions. We would just loop through this multiple times. So first of all, we decide how many factions we want. And then we would obviously once per faction generate the civ data, place the homeworld for that faction, and then generate the other worlds for that faction. Now, we'd have to track the unique IDs while we're at it, and then once we've generated the factions and all their various bits and pieces, we can then pull out the civ data for each one and look at what type of worlds they are, and then derive relationships between them from that data. Like if there are two very warlike factions in the same sector, then that would really drive up the chances of them being at war with one another. Oh, sorry, I missed some chat. I think I fixed that. Let me have a look. I'll do it right now if it's not done. It's a daily occurrence, don't worry. That's why I'm out here in the dev shed. I'm further away, she can't get me. I think we're good. Let's see if I jump off. That's probably broke. Yeah. Whee. It does have complex collision turned on. What am I doing? Collisions. It does look like a sink, I agree. That is interesting though. It's because I guess these are actually single-sided faces, so the collision like works this way and not this way. Can we do double-sided collision? Sure, I remember a setting for that somewhere. See if naniting it does us any favors, because that should use the fallback mesh as the collisions, which it is doing. So you should be able to see that in reality. Great looking collisions there. try that. Okay, thrusters will do. Yeah, me neither. Very much looking forward to seeing it done. Especially the park area at the front. I think that's going to be particularly nice. No. So I think the issue is don't fall off the path, because the temporary mesh that's here is only a single-sided mesh, so the collision direction is on the other side, so it's not happy. Not happy with the collisions facing the wrong way. Yeah, I think it's fine. You just need to not step off of the floor here. Yeah, it's really not happy with that at all. Something like that, yeah. So the bowling alley, I think this is the front. It's not much in the way of visual cues. There we are, yeah. So this is the mall area at the front of the ship. And the bowling alley is actually in here. So this is going to be like a sports bar type area. And then this is the bowling alley. That's actually like competition length, and then there's actually a cavity there where all the mechanisms will go, so there'll be a door here for access, and you'll be able to get behind like the pin setting machines and things, which are going to be down here. So this will be where the pins go. Sort of the holes for the pin setting machines will be cut into here, so this is the lane. And we'll keep it 2 decks tall, so it'll be a nice sort of open area, well decorated, lots of sort of neon lights. The default door codes are still 0000. I'm hoping to be able to put in door code awareness to the host controls so that you can change the codes, but that may have to wait for the next build. Why does the park have a roof? It shouldn't have a roof. Yeah, so this area in particular, I'm really looking forward to seeing this done. I think this is going to be probably one of the best looking areas on the ship. We're going to have big ceiling windows as well, all through here. So it should look very, very cool. Let's check our states a minute. So trying to find a single faction. Oh, there we go. So that sector apparently has a single faction. So if we look at that sector, oh yeah, I need to fix those labels. Somewhere in this list we should see a homeworld and some planets. Which could of course be a needle in a haystack. There's so many stars. That's not... does not seem normal. Okay, we can limit this to those classes anyway. So what is the chance that that is a G-class homeworld? Okay, so definitely a needle in a haystack. So I do wonder then whether or not more are going to be needed per sector. So that's that one. Hang on, so let's force the matter. So on there, if we make sure that we force all of them to a single faction, and then there'll be one around Salt somewhere. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that once the demo build goes live, I'm going to probably spend the next couple of weeks just hot fixing over and over and over because I'm sure there's going to be lots of bugs that suddenly just appear. Be on here somewhere. Oh, what's that? Why doesn't that have a name? Might be unrelated. Typical that it's miles away. Come on, where are you? Let's narrow it down even further. So we will force it to generate K-class only, there and there. Definitely setting the primary object, yeah. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, so definitely there. Make sure it's actually doing this. Right, so that should be less stars to search through, and it should spam us to let us know that it's actually done its job. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, of course, because there's 27 sectors, so of course there's going to be. Right, so we know there's absolutely definitely an F-class star. Okay, what are we missing? Let's just to rule out any potential issue, let's just definitely make sure that it's doing F-class. So we're definitely picking between 1 and 20. Just plonking that one there. Can't see anything untoward with this at all. Oh, I suppose one thing is it might not be putting it on the side of the sector that we're on, because obviously our sensor range is limited to 50 light years. And it might be further away than that. So if we change that to 0, there it is. Yeah, miles away. Okay, so let's cheat our way over. That's interesting. It's not showing the stars, even though they are in fact selected. Right, so we've got our faction homeworld there. Another faction system over there. Potentially too far apart. So we've got one that's, yeah, so it's 30 light years away. Yeah, I had to reduce the sensor range back to 50 because 150 was just generating way too much data, and it wasn't handling it. It was causing hitches and all kinds of CPU issues. So yeah, we reduced it back to 50, which is essentially an entire sector's worth of space. So that's it's a nice happy medium. Right, so I think, well, that's interesting though, because it put one of the faction worlds 30 light years away from the home world, which it should not have done. Yeah, we're definitely clamping that value. How bizarre. Okay, well let's force it to 20. And reduce that to 15. Just to see what kind of spread we're looking at. Obviously we don't want like 5 or 6 systems with perfectly habitable worlds all right next to each other, because that's not very realistic. So we definitely want to spread those habitable ones out. But we do want lots of infrastructure and outposts around. Although, to be honest, just thinking about it, if we know where the faction homeworlds are, and we will know that because it will be in the data, when we generate a procedural system, we'll be able to determine whether that's in range of the faction homeworld, and therefore should it have a faction presence. That's definitely doable, because then we can put things like ships and outposts in those systems without explicitly generating them as such, just by virtue of their distance. Right, I'm not going to change the mode because it made the stars disappear, so I'll do it manually on here. Right, so if we target Earth a minute and then set that to 0, 0, 0, it should be the rough center. Doesn't work unless I'm set here. Hopefully that faction world will be on our list now. We've got a faction system. There's the home world. good. If you mean these buttons, the GM tools will have these buttons, but not generally within the game. So if you're using a GM tool or a GM-led game in multiplayer, then yes, then you will have those buttons. You saw nothing. There's a faction system there, 22 light years away. And it definitely should not be. But in principle, the system's working. I think I might need to clamp these separately, because that's obviously not working. Unless it's the truncate that's doing it, perhaps. It could very well be the truncate, actually, because that could be pushing it slightly, because if it's diagonal, when you truncate the decimals away, that is going to move the system, so I will investigate. Just thinking as well, actually, if we're doing a single faction, we're probably going to want a lot of worlds within that faction. Whereas if it's multiple factions, obviously we'll limit the worlds per faction. We'll probably give them at least 10. Okay. Yeah, so for multiple factions, this should be really easy. So all we need to do is random integer in range from stream. Whack in a for loop. So we'll have anything up to, let's say, 5 factions, and then given that they're a faction, let's say maybe from 3 to 20 worlds per faction. we can add some more randomness to this later. Okay, so that's essentially starting from 0 to 1. That's basically 2 to 6 factions. And then for each one of those factions, we'll give them a homeworld and some data. In fact, to make this even cleverer, why don't we... Yeah. Give them a number. So faction... and that would be the index. And again here as well, so we'll have numbered factions, so you can see within a given sector, you know, faction 1, faction 2, blah 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 blah. Hey NC Gamer, yeah, there's a demo on Steam. It's quite old actually, it's about a year old to be honest, but there will be another demo update coming for Christmas. Should do it actually, so that's one, multiple and single. Make sure I limited that, yeah. So this might create some interesting political situations, because you might have like 2 factions like completely on top of each other, which because obviously it doesn't know where the homeworlds are. I mean, I can add some logic for that so it doesn't place them too close together, though it might make things more interesting if they're on top of each other sometimes. Let's just give that a quick try. We go 500 light years that way. Cheat our way over. Some dodgy generation going on there. It needs looking at. So this one's independent worlds. Need to find one with multiple factions, so yeah, that one. So 700 is multiple factions. Okay. weird. That said factions before. Do you mean the star labels outside? Because you can turn them off on here. Why is it generating so many? There's some weird stuff going on here. Yeah, it's because it's generating it on the 1 light year grid. I need to add some visual offsets to the stars out the window so they don't do that. That's just an absolutely insane amount of data. That's the Gaia data, and it's interesting. You can see the shape of where the Gaia satellite has been out searching for stars. You've got these 2 dead zones. So I think what I'm immediately feeling with this is that there needs to be a lot more in the way of inhabited worlds out there, because spotting them is actually difficult even when they're actually named. Let's get rid of all them M classes. Spot the inhabited world. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Firstus. However, not possible at this precise moment because it filters on the star class, and of course, whether or not it's inhabited or not, it's not part of the class, so it's not quite as straightforward as just adding a filter. Unless I can pull it out of this. Hold up. So if I add Inhabited at the bottom there. Go into our filter, blah blah blah. So do our refresh. Just that one. Right, so our logic here so we can break that, stick another OR boolean on there, and do if we do that, that does not equal blank. Do we have a not empty? No. Or blank. Just, yeah. It's easier. Or so if we do that, and then again down here, was that easier than I was expecting? Has promise. Yeah, look at that. That works. Wasn't expecting that to work, but it just does, so that's nice. So we actually have a faction over there. Wow. They are aggressive. Visit their homeworld. Right, so they've got systems up to 18 light years away. Yeah, and you've got another couple of other factions there as well. So if we zoom in a tad, So I definitely need to stop the text from other things appearing when you have a filter on, because that's just annoying. There we go. So there's an aggressive insectoid democracy with a tech level very similar to humans. Humans have a tech level of 20 by default. So yeah, that's a fair fight. Oh, canine. I think with these numbers, I think they need to be weighted somewhat so they're not entirely random, because we need some weighting towards the middle a little bit so that we don't get those extremes quite so often. But I'll do some large data pools with that just to see how that turns out. Okay, so very working, which is good. While I'm fixing stuff. What am I looking for? So we need so if steal this one. So yeah, so the primary object is that, or the civ data is that. Yeah. should stop the labels appearing for things that we're not interested in. Why is that complaining? Don't give me any of your errors. Better. There we go. There we go. Now we can actually see the layouts of that faction. So they've got decent scattering of worlds. I think what I'll do is I'll also start drawing like spheres around them, because we have no real way of marking territory, but if I do some translucent spheres around each one, then they'll all kind of join together into a bubble, and that really shows us kind of that territory. Okay, definite progress. Okay, well, with those blinding successes, I think I'll call it a night there, because it's been, wow, it's been 4¼ hours. It was like 3 hours last time I looked. Where did that hour go? Ugh. Need to get up and have a walkabout, I think. Okay, so yeah, that's all working. So I'll get that packaged up. There you go. Let's go back to Big Me. Yeah, so I'll get all that packaged up and put out as a build later. Everything seems to be working, so there shouldn't be any build holdups. Let me just check. What build are we on? 63 now, aren't we? Doop-be-doop-be-doo. Hang on, go back to Mini-Me a minute. That seems to be happy enough. leave that whirring away. Okie dokie then. So thank you once again, everyone, for sticking with me for 4¼ hours. We had a few bugs to deal with, but we got there in the end. And and we got another bug to go over here. Okay. All right, I've got a couple of texture errors to fix before the build can go out, but we'll get there. We'll fix it all. It'll all be good. Give it a couple of hours, because hang on, because of that. Error. Yeah, most of this stuff is because of those struct issues we had earlier. I just need to go into these blueprints, compile them, resave them, and that will clear practically all of those errors. And there's the failure message. Yeah, so I just need to go through and sort a bunch of stuff out there. But yeah, once that's fixed, I shall put the build live. Always something, isn't there? Right. Have a good week, everyone. I shall see you all on Wednesday's stream for more, probably more life-generating shenanigans. So yeah, have a good one, and I shall see you then. Bye for now.